Meteorologist Casey Cloud live here in the Weather Center right now with a tornado warning in effect for parts of Alachua County here in north central Florida until 7 o'clock. Watching some rotation with it, and now that has prompted a tornado warning to be issued here. So we need to get folks in shelter. At 6:37, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Hawthorne and near Melrose, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. So a tornado warning is in effect right now until 7 o'clock. Let's go to the velocity mode. You see some rotation. It's really, to be precise, just south and east of Campville right now. You have the winds going away from the radar in Jacksonville, and then in the green, the wind's going toward the radar in Jacksonville. So a possible tornado in parts of Alachua County and portions of north central Florida. So we need to go ahead and take those precautions here. As the situation does progress, that means getting interior away from windows here in this area. And in fact, let's go ahead and go to the graphic full, I think. I'll go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about here. So when a tornado warning is issued, you need to seek such and such a sturdy building. This is radar indicated. And you want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet, or maybe a baseball helmet, something like that. And also make sure you have your shoes on, so in case there is a tornado, you don't cut your feet up in the aftermath. So very important information to keep in mind there as the situation does progress. So again, a tornado warning for parts of Alachua County until 7 o'clock. I know watching this here, the Weather Service says near Melrose or near Hawthorne right now. We're really watching it. You know, it's kind of in a pretty rural area, to be quite honest. So it's not near any big population centers. Pretty far from what you would say is Hawthorne here at this point. So that's kind of the storyline. It's a little ways away from downtown Melrose as well. But again, it's not heading in either one of those directions either. But again, we are watching this tornado warning until 7 o'clock. It's in association with Debby here, a tropical storm Debby, as the situation does progress. I know you can see our storm. It looks like an eye wall, and an eye is becoming more well defined here. And we're seeing that it looks to be a little bit further east than what the track has it. But again, we're just going to keep watching things and keep tracking them here in the Weather Center. So I know things can wobble here and there. That's something to keep in mind, and maybe try to wobble back possibly. But this seems to me it's a little bit further east than what the expectation was at this point. But again, we're going to have to watch that. Could, kind of increase impacts a little bit further east and toward the Swanee River Valley. So keep that in mind. To my Lake City Live Oak, especially in the Swanee River Valley. Maybe not as much in Stark in terms of the wind. Of course, the rain's still going to be a big issue no matter what, though. But zooming back at you have that tornado watch in yellow until at least 8 o'clock, but that'll likely be extended here, probably multiple times here in the hours and days to come. Yeah, probably for a little bit different areas here as we kind of look, but just a general idea kind of will stand there as we watch things. And now let's go to the satellite, and you can see the eye trying to pop out on there. They may go ahead and upgrade us very soon here to a hurricane. Again, there may be some displacement with some of the systems. I'm going to take the icon off because, quite honestly, it looks like the eye is only about 60 miles west of Tampa there right now. And if you kind of track that up, it would seem a landfall into Dixie County may end up being a bit more likely, but we shall see as we look at things here. I know the official track has it going more toward Jefferson to Taylor counties, but again, we shall see as this kind of progresses here. Just got to remain alert for all the different possibilities. And there is a hurricane warning for Dixie, for Taylor, for Lafayette, for Swanee, for Madison counties there. As we're looking for Jefferson County, for Wakulla, you kind of get the idea as the situation does progress on us here. So even for Austin under a hurricane warning as well. So again, continuing to watch things here, continuing to track them with what looks to be a hurricane here very soon. Watching the wind arrows with this, you'll be able to see. I know as this gets closer, the surge factor will become a story further toward the north and toward our area. So that'll be important to watch. And instability, we'll have some of that up here. It kind of lacks in between a little. But we'll just have to watch the rotation threat. I'm hoping maybe we'll kind of get a low in the tornado threat for a while as we get toward the night. And it probably would start to pick up as this gets closer toward making landfall because of the friction involved. And then we could have some daytime heating. It just is hard to see how much we'll have because it could be a pretty well-defined storm system at that point. But then once it starts to interact with land, it could kind of start to break apart a little, which would increase the tornado threat actually. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as you watch the progression with this. But there's a tornado warning in that red box right now for parts of Alachua County until 7 o'clock. So you need to get in that interior room away from windows there. If you're in Alachua County's areas there, north of Hawthorne, as we zoom on in here, Orange Heights, you're under this Campville, you're under this tornado warning. Rotation tracker didn't define it very well, and these tropical tornadoes sometimes don't show up very good on radar. But we have a tornado warning in effect right now. I know, honestly, Baker and Alachua, the two we've had today with the counties, those are areas that don't get, it just seems over the years haven't got that many, tornado warnings compared to maybe other parts of our area. So, not saying we haven't had tornadoes or something like that, but it just seems a little bit less often there just over the years. But we've seen those two have tornado warnings here. That northeastern quadrant generally more favorable with a tropical system for tornadic activity. So again, a tornado warning for Alachua County in effect right now at 7 o'clock. So just continuing to track things here for you guys at home, trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family as the situation does evolve here with the tornado warning that is in effect. So again, tracking the tropics, and in this instance, tracking a tornado warning. So that's associated with that tropical threat. Of course, we're going to have the very heavy rain threat in areas. Some areas could get in our viewing circle 18 inches in isolated zones. That's very serious. You got to remember to turn around, don't drown. Storm surge some areas along the coast there. Maybe like depending on the exact landfall point, it could be Steenhatchee, it could be Horseshoe Beach, it could be, a little bit down the coast even. Could get some areas of 6 to 10 foot storm surge. So, just going to have to be watching things here very carefully. That's a serious type of number. So, again, watching a tornado warning right now in Alachua County, right around Orange Heights now. That's where we have the potential tornado. Again, you need to take shelter there if you're in Orange Heights. It's not really well defined, quite honestly. That's good news, but the rotation is right over the Orange Heights area right now. So I take those tornado precautions there as they're looking there in eastern parts of and northeastern parts of Alachua County. Now, it doesn't look that tight, but if they were to extend this warning, they'd probably extend it there for the stretch of Waldo Road from Fairbanks to Waldo, and then if it were to hold together even further, these are pretty quick, in terms of they spin up and then kind of wind down, but then maybe extend it up toward Brooker. Okay, we're being told they're canceling the tornado warning, so yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. There just wasn't a lot there with this. So this red box is about to jump off the screen. They're canceling it. The rotation has weakened, which is good news. So that tornado warning is no longer in effect. Again, they pop up real quick, and then they jump off here. They fade away a little bit in terms of that rotational concern. So backing up here, you can see, honestly, we had probably tighter rotation before they issued the warning, but it kind of faded off into different angles and different distances from the radar. Can make things kind of tricky sometimes. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here as the situation does progress. I know, it kind of makes things tough sometimes to get warnings on these and to help people be prepared in these type of instances. So again, watching things very carefully here, just trying to give you the latest. But again, the tornado warning no longer in effect, so that's what we like to see. That's what we like to hear, as things that do develop here But we could have, I'm sure we'll have more of these as tonight, morning, afternoon, tomorrow, maybe even into Tuesday. Could even be later into the week as well with a tornado threat, but hopefully it starts to fade to some degree later on. But, gonna have that threat kind of hold on here at points for us. So just gotta be prepared. Just gotta be prepared here. And just stay safe out there as we're tracking the overall scenario with Debby, almost a hurricane. And in 2012, I was kind of going over some of my notes here and articles about Debby and just reading. 2012's Debby. Let me just give you a quick recap while we're talking about the tropics. I know. Let me see here. I'll just go to our storm name list to do that then. So let's go ahead and we'll switch over to graphics here. And of course, Debby here in 2024, if the flooding's as bad as it looks like it could be for areas, especially if it's around Charleston because they're so low lying, it could make a run at getting that name retired here, which it was even worse than the last Debby, which was the third biggest story of the 2010s there in the Jacksonville area in my assessment. So when it's retired, the name, it was really bad, but it wasn't then, but June 24th to June 27th, 2012, that Debby was a prolific rain producer for the region. The tropical storm was illicitly forecasted to track toward Texas and strengthen into a hurricane, but instead, after already dumping flooding rains, the center of poorly organized Debby made landfall near Steinhatchee, and in some spots received upward of 2 feet of rain. Rivers and roads were flooded. Even part of I-10 was shut down. Locally, more than a dozen flash flood warnings were issued at one point, even though northern Clay and Duval counties were under a flash flood emergency after over 4 inches of rain fell in just an hour and a half. And we had a lot of flooding in Bradford County from Debby. Going out toward McCulloch County, a flash flood emergency is in play there. So Debby 2012 was a big deal. Debby 2, I guess we can call it. I know we had one in 2018, but not impacting us. But, Debby 2024 looks to be, in some cases, could be even a bigger deal. Hopefully not, but the winds are definitely going to be higher with it at landfall. There's going to be more power outages with this Debby in part of our 62 county area than that last Debby 12 years ago. So, again, just kind of the storyline there. Going back to velocity here, again, watching things carefully. Again, trying to give you the very latest on exactly what's going on here. Another area of rotation starting to pop up now. We may not be able to let this go then. I know what I'm planning on doing. We're just going to leave the radar up whenever I do wrap here. That's the plan. And currently, of course, if we get, caught up in a bunch of tornado warnings or something, we may change our thinking. But I'm probably just going to leave the radar up, and then we can pop in if needed here for more tornado warnings here on the stream. And right now there's none in effect like there had been, but honestly both areas, this one we've been tracking, a new one, they look like they're starting to tighten up just a bit. I'll go to another radar mode here, and they don't look quite as nasty on that one. The new one looks nastier than the old one though, so I would say they probably wouldn't reissue on the old one at this point. But that new one out here southeast of La Crosse, we have to watch that. We have the winds, they're going away from the radar in Jacksonville. And then the green here means winds going toward the radar in Jacksonville. And we have a situation here where we have that spin right in there. So, again, that's kind of the storyline as we continue to watch this. I know as that spin develops here, let me kind of just back it up just a little and kind of scrub around a bit. I know it's kind of, you see the track already on here, but yeah, it's kind of tracking in the direction generally of La Crosse there. Yeah, honestly, it may be, going, right closer toward town even. So, again, watching that carefully here with a tropical cyclone. With our tropical storm that's probably about to be upgraded to a hurricane. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that, here at 8 o'clock. I'd almost be surprised if it wasn't, upgraded here. I'm going to just double check, make sure something, hasn't come across that they have upgraded this. No, it's still going 65 mile/hour max sustained winds, but I know getting some really nasty winds around. Looks like Palm Harbor and You see it on Tarpon Springs there. Some trees uprooted or snapped. It says roof blown off. Sometimes those are more standard boilerplate information. So the roof may have not actually been blown off there, but definitely some wind damage. Flash flood warning. In fact, I know you can't read some of this on this, but you know that's all the way out there in parts of Pinellas County and the like. But let me just, while we're on this other mode here, sometimes it's a little easier to show this to you on here. And I'm going to try to kind of be careful because, you know, this is something that is really tricky to try to get an assessment on as we try to keep an eye on things. Is the movement of this. I mean, you know, and the eastern side is more powerful with the overall threat anyway. So, Tallahassee tropical storm warning, start tropical storm warning. But right now, if depending on how this wobbles, if it goes more east, dark would get more. If it stays on track, even it probably would still start getting more. But if it somehow wobbles north, more so toward Tallahassee, then they would have maybe more of an issue. But again, I know looking at the cone, Stark's not in it, but the impacts could end up being worse there than Tallahassee, who's in it. I know a lot of these have kind of, gone maybe sometimes a little bit more northerly. Adalia kind of did last year. This might be doing the opposite though. But we see, I know it's very tricky with these here. I know if there's in Charlie in 04, I know that was a really big deal, the sudden change here. So the thing is, I mean, it's not supposed to go due north. It's supposed to have some eastern turn. Even if it just goes, let's just say, due north here. I'm just going to draw a small arrow and then I'm going to use another tool that we have in here. I'm just going to kind of draw this out. I mean, it would have to go due north there, to get into Jefferson County. It's supposed to have some type of eastern turn in here. That's kind of pronounced. I know the coast makes it tricky here, but let's just say it goes. Let's say I'll zoom in here a little bit. So we'll zoom in here a little bit as we look off the Tampa radar. Let's say it just goes 20 miles over 25, let's say 25. So, that means the landfall, as we kind of look here a little bit further on down here, maybe right in toward Perry, as we watch the situation, and then that causes a surge. I mean, you don't have as much maybe up here, ultimately, but you have more coming in toward this area. So, again, just kind of giving you an idea of what could happen as we're tracking things. And Steenhatchee is down there, by the way. It kind of cut off Steenhatchee. That could really, make things a little bit worse for them in terms of surge. Horseshoe Beach, they could have more of an issue. The community of Swanee as well. So, again, we're going to have to be careful. Sounds like we're talking about Dahlia in some ways, but again, it's just, and let's just say this really does, let's just say it somehow goes more northeasterly even, this is not the forecast. I kind of hesitate doing this, so just, bear with me as I say this to you, and I don't want to move the map up a little before I do it and zoom out a little bit more, so, again, we said what it would do if it's going north, but let's say it kind of goes more northeasterly. If it just kind of goes, northeast and just northeast, and that really has it coming across further up here with the worst of the winds. I know that's why we have a hurricane warning now for Swanee County, just maybe accounting for that possibility more than anything. But, so it's probably gonna, as I'm kind of splitting this, I'm gonna kind of angle it over just a little. It's probably gonna make landfall as I kind of draw this here. I know it kind of turned to this on the fly, but somewhere between there and there, it's not the easiest thing to draw, but you kind of get the idea. So we're just going to continue to watch the situation there. And let's check these storms rotation again. So around La Crosse, we still have some of that spin there on the Doppler. These winds going away from the radar there in Jacksonville, going toward the radar. So again, something to watch for there. This is southwest of Brooker. That's not headed, that one's not headed toward Brooker, but we're going to keep watching that there as the situation does progress. Let's go back to our other mode here on Doppler. Again, tornado warning was canceled early for the area back out here in Alachua County, but we're watching some of these other areas of spin, but we'll probably go ahead and wrap it here in just a second. Again, 65-mile-an-hour tropical storm for now, but it's probably going to be a hurricane. I know there's some indication some folks are trying to compare this to Hermine. You know, that's a possibility. It's a Jacksonville radar even picks up on that eye wall, and you know, this the way that looks there. I mean, that really puts it. You know, again, it just seems like it's jogging a little further east here, to be quite honest, which would make a pretty big difference here in terms of the worst winds. The rain, you know, maybe less toward Tallahassee, but it wouldn't change the rain that much. Maybe toward the east, you know, in hindsight it could when you look back, but forecast you wouldn't change too much in the rain, but the wind you could have to change pretty drastically, going from, you know, pretty windy day, tornado threat to, you know, power outages for a few days even. That's how big of a difference this could make here with wobbles in terms of the center of circulation, the eye wall that's trying to get going here. I mean, on this mode, you know, that it's just, you would have to almost go back off toward the west some to, you know, get closer to the track here. So I'm thinking a Dixie County landfall may be more likely, and then that could, that could be an issue here for Lake City even. They may have to expand this hurricane warning to Lake City and toward Gilchrist County as well. I know they've already added Suwannee County there as we're looking at things. I know there is part of Hamilton in this. It's just not sewn up in the system. They've changed the way they do some of these where they can issue report to counties, and our system just didn't catch it on. But, you know, west of 75, there's a hurricane warning in Hamilton County. I know, but Suwannee County is all of Suwannee, all of Lafayette, all of Dixie County under a hurricane warning here at this point in time. So I just keep that in mind. Hurricane watch for Levy County. But you even see hurricane warnings in the word Georgia, Brooks, down to Lanier County. Those counties under that. So again, just continuing to watch the situation here. Just trying to give you the latest. Yeah, definitely watching some rotation with these little areas as they move off toward Interstate 75. Just trying to give you the latest updates. I want to look outside where we're at right now in Bradford County. Let's go ahead and pull up the camera. You can see the trees snaking around a little bit. And we're going to have sunset pretty soon, so we're not going to be able to get much of a visual on this until tomorrow unless we get, you know, lightning in here, which you get less and less likely with as you get closer to the storm center generally. But yeah, pretty nasty looking outside with the trees blowing around. I know. I'm seeing a few little discrete storms popping up. We got to watch, you know, not maybe for Star directly right now, but just kind of watching some things. And probably have another tornado watch issued. Might just have this live stream tell the story on that, as that would probably be extended in the morning hours even. That's probably going to get a lot of those tornado watches here, you know, as we continue to watch the situation. Again, you see there just the current conditions east of Stark looking back toward the west. You kind of almost are looking, you know, into ward. I'll pull the radar back up. I mean, you're kind of looking, you're almost looking into this here, but it's probably more out here where you're kind of getting the visual right now. So, again, just some nasty conditions here at this point in time with Debby, but it's going to get worse. I mean, these winds are not that strong right now. I mean, that's the thing, you know, we talked about you had most of the day to prepare. If you weren't into squalls, the winds weren't too bad to finish those preparations, but now you're starting to get in that solid rainfall now, so it's going to be, you know, hard to do many more preparations. If you have, you know, a thing here or there, maybe, but it's going to be hard to do many more. I see there's a severe thunderstorm warning out toward Brevard County, you know, in the periphery of things, so, you know, maybe have, you know, I don't think there's a tropical storm warning in effect over there, so they're issuing like that. I mean, granted, we did have some warnings in areas with tropical storm alerts today, but yeah, they're not quite in a tropical storm warning over there, but some nasty winds possible around the Space Coast, but gusts to 60 maybe, you know, that's a thunderstorm warning, but again, just watching the situation here. Again, these winds are just, you know, 24, 17. We did have a couple gusts earlier in Taylor 40 plus, Gainesville 50 plus in the squall, but overall, these aren't too crazy, and you'd have to be out in the Gulf to get most of these measured. I mean, we could be having gusts once this matures even more to 90 miles an hour. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there. As we look at things, you could have gusts here in some of our zones out toward you know, the eastern Big Bend's 20 River Valley to 90 miles an hour with this hurricane. That would cause widespread power outages. That could, especially with the rain lingering around, and you know, it could be a few day outage situation. So you got to keep that in mind. Just got a measure scale discussing it on the Tornado Watch 594. That's how many watches there's been this year in the country. 594. And they're going to issue a new one within the hour, as there's going to continually be a risk here with this. A few cells within the convective bands suggestive of a tornado risk still persistent to some degree. So a new watch will be issued. You see the red circled area. They're going to issue it here, covering much of the same region, though not extended as far south as the current watch. So that's going to happen here soon. You'll see a new yellow zone popping up here on the screen that'll replace, more than likely, or at least let the other one go, and then it'll be in effect like to maybe, I'm just guessing here, like 8 a.m. or something. I mean, it's going to be a pretty long-term thing here with a tornado watch in place. You got to have multiple ways to get alerts overnight. That's something to keep in mind, too, now. I mean, you know, if you think, you know, I mean, if maybe you go to bed early tonight because we're going to start getting some of those heavier squalls early in the morning, you know, where we really start having more issues, you still got to be prepared for some of the other squalls here in the night to be able to be woken up by a tornado warning. Have multiple ways to get alerts. Have your cell phone with those alerts enabled as we're looking at things. So, again, we're watching this scenario here. Let me go ahead and put our HRRR on here for you guys, HRRR model. I just want to pull this up to give you an idea of what could happen. One projects, and this is what the radar may, and I know we have some warnings currently that are still under watches, but I'll leave those as something pops. I can kind of see it in real time a little bit better. But 2 a.m. you see what we're dealing with. 3 a.m. the potential, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. on that Monday, 9 a.m. Now this model has it going a little bit further up north, you know, jogging a little bit. So we'll see. That's, you know, closer to lunch hour with a landfall around period. But you've had hours of rain in some of these areas here as we look. I mean, that's in Lafayette County on this one, so in 6 inches or so in a 6-hour period. So that's a storyline there, a possibility. So as we continue to watch here, you see Suwannee County Live Oak getting hit pretty hard at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. toward Valdosta. And, you know, then that's 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Lake City, you know, getting pretty heavy rain. I mean, that 6-hour period there, they could end up with 4 or 5 inches possibly, just depending on how they set up. I mean, some areas that aren't showing as hot for the rainfall totals may end up actually getting a little bit more because it's not projecting things exactly right. You see, maybe some dry air getting in there. We would like that to some degree in the overnight, because maybe, you know, if that happened during the day, some that can increase the tornado threat, but in the night, it would actually decrease the flash flooding threat and it make the storm would kind of weaken some, and it shows a nice little break there getting into Tuesday for our area at points, but then you kind of see more rain wrapping around. And we'll have to watch then, you know, exactly what could happen there. But I know as you kind of watch here, some of that lingering moisture and the like. I mean, could still have some gusty winds, you know, a tornado warning here or there, and some flash flood warnings. I mean, it could be a lot worse than this based on some other model guidance, but for our area in terms of the rain. But that's they're getting out just a little bit quicker. You know, at least for the short term, some of the models have looping back, going further away than coming all the way back. So we shall see a little bit with all this, but you know, again, just gonna continue to watch the situation here. Gonna continue to give you the latest. I mean, seeing a few different areas of rotation now here with Debbie's fringes. You know that's moving toward Brooker there. That's starting to rotate. You know, gotta watch that there. Because that would, I know we were talking about some other areas wouldn't, but that one actually would, you know, at this point, because of the way it's kind of moving on up, it's kind of, as we look here at it, you know, that one that was going toward the cross wasn't, but this one that's tied up, that was the previous one, is headed more toward Brooker. You know, it's not out of the question we could get a tornado warning over that way, so, you know, it looks kind of close, actually, to maybe getting one. Not there yet, and these are very tricky to try to warn for, but let's just check here, correlation coefficient. Well, it's taking its time to load, but Just making sure we don't have anything crazy with it. But let's go, what do we want to go to? Reflectivity, there we go. So there, this is moving up toward Brooker right now. So that was definitely a little bit more out ahead of things. So watching this area right in here and I'm not drawing this the best I could, but watching this here for a couple quick spin up tornadoes right in that area right in there. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here as the situation does progress. So I know we're just trying to see if we get another tornado warning to pop up here. Just gotta make sure we're staying on guard as you're looking around Brooker and the like there. So let's go ahead and go to another system and go back on over here. If there's any questions or comments from the viewers at home. I know Pinellas County, they're talking there on YouTube, comment or two, John talking about it's nasty there, talking about Pinellas. A little bit concerned for some rotation down there. Let me look down toward there. Give me a second. I just want to check that area. I know that's not part of our 62 counties, obviously, but nothing really obvious at this moment, but things can change quickly in a tropical setup down there. But just continuing to watch things. I know. Thanks so much for watching there on Facebook, Matt, as we continue to track things. Let's go ahead and go back on over here toward our Jacksonville radar. Okay, it's showing a little bit of a weakening trend again on the rotation. That's moving up toward Brooker. So that's some good news. Just making sure. Sometimes we can get a quick touchdown without a warning. That's why I'm going to correlation coefficient. If you're wondering what this is, you would see some yellows that are more definitive than this here, probably. Probably we had a quick tornado touchdown. We don't have any tornado warnings, but we had the tornado watch, and we're going to get a new tornado watch coming out here soon from the Storm Prediction Center there in Norman, Oklahoma. So we're going to keep our eyes on things. Since we don't have any active tornado warnings right now, though, and it looked a little bit better on that scan, of course. Next scan could be different, but we're going to watch it. We'll be back on as needed. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you up to date. Again, trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So I'm going to just go ahead and kind of get our radar stream back up here again. We were using that earlier. I just jumped right in on this here for the tornado warning, but I'm just going to kind of turn this one into a radar stream for now and have it where we can kind of pop in a little quicker if we get another tornado warning to pop up here, especially across north central Florida. But we are always on top of things. We're always on for any tornado warnings here in our 62 county area. We're in Bradford County, watching out for our 62 counties as the situation does progress with what I expect to become Hurricane Debby here very soon. It may already be a hurricane, to be quite honest. It hadn't officially been upgraded yet. I mean, maybe the winds haven't quite caught up to the structure that's trying to evolve with this, and just the pressure drops that we'll be seeing here with this. But again, just continuing to track the overall scenario here, trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're going to go over to this real quick, so let's just kind of watch this together a little bit, because I'm going to kind of plot a point here, and I just want to see where the center of circulation kind of goes from here. So let me go all the way back, actually. So there's your square there, and let's just I'll just go forward. East a little bit further east. I mean, they're saying due north, I believe, the last advisory, but it hadn't, maybe it hadn't gone quite as far east here as it looks in some ways. But again, we gotta watch these little changes because this is our area, and little change will make a big difference in terms of wind impacts. Maybe not flooding, maybe not tornadoes directly, you know, just in terms of like the forecast. I mean, it might when you look at it afterward, but you know, the wind threat could be drastically different for some of our area. If this wobbles 20, 30 miles a different way instead of, you know, it's just isolated power outages for some areas. It could be those areas, you know, end up getting widespread and extensive and extended power outages. So we just got to kind of keep our eyes on that here as the situation does go along. So I know, just a nasty situation. I don't think the extensive power outages, you know, extended power outages are going to go as maybe far inland in terms of Georgia, you know, as they did in Adalia, maybe to Valdosta, but probably not to like Waycross and Brunswick as much, I wouldn't think, based on the current expectation here. But again, just watching things, just tracking them. I know we're watching the tropical storm, almost a hurricane, in Debby, and it'll break back in as needed. But right now we're going to go to just the radar stream for now. Keep it tuned here to Cloud to Weather. I'll keep you up to date. For now, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me. If we get another tornado warning in the short term, we'll pop back in on this stream to try to give you the very latest to protect everybody out there. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We just got a tornado warning issued for the Brooker area here until about 7:45. At 7:23, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Worthington Spring, really right near Brooker, moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. That's some pretty tight rotation. That's really spun up on this now. So we need to get folks into shelter here. A tornado warning in effect right now. Not seeing any debris at this moment, but by the time you see debris, that means you've already had some damage. So, need to get folks into shelter immediately. Your phone's probably just going off, and you're tuning in. You're on cloud weather for this tornado warning. You have a possible tornado right near. It looks like County Road 18 in the west and maybe northern sides of Brooker to some degree here. I know there'll be a little bit of radar displacement because we're a little ways away with the radar, and then looking down in here, the radar view from Jacksonville. So. But you got to take shelter there around Brooker. A tornado warning for parts of Bradford County and also into Ward Union and a little bit of Alachua until 7:45. So again, a possible tornado that's moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So Worthington Springs and Groves being impacted here. It would seem about in the next few moments as we're looking at things. So. Again, just take those tornado precautions. Let me go to another mode here. I want to switch to a different radar mode if we can with this radar indicated tornado warning. We're going to switch on over to, let's go to the radar scope computer, and we'll kind of do it like that. So again, we're tracking this tornado warning. I'm kind of moving things around here as we jump in as quick as we can. Now, that doesn't look like that's co-located to debris, thankfully. Make sure that's not another area of rotation up there. That's not. So, again, we're watching the rotation here, though. It's northwest of Brooker on this scan, the newest scan coming out now. So, somewhere right in there. Let me go ahead. You can kind of see our little track on this, and it's over pretty rural areas, but parts of Union and maybe into Columbia County later, more populated there. I know we were giving you a heads up in this storm a little while ago, but now new tornado warning issued this time into Bradford County, not impacting Stark, but impacting areas from Brooker to Worthington Springs right now. A possible tornado here with the radar indications. So, again, we want you to get in towards shelter here right now as we track this scenario here as it does evolve. I know, I'm just going between some of our different systems. Of course, you see our storm system here. I had one tornado warning, went away, and then you have that newest, and we had a third at the beginning of that loop. But again, a tornado warning effect for parts of the area now at 7:45. Let me go ahead and kind of go to the end of this loop. We'll zoom in here. I'm going to go to rotation tracker. It says that pretty strong. It's just kind of moving away from a downtown Brooker at this point. I know this runs a little bit behind sometimes. You can see how it's picking it up, right before the tornado warning was issued. I know we gave you the heads up earlier that I was a little concerned about this storm, but now a tornado warning in effect here until 7:45 for parts of Bradford County as well as into Alachua and Union County here. So need to take those tornado precautions. The interior room, away from windows, the best place to be in a situation like this. Again, we have a tornado warning effect right now here as things do progress. As I try to give you the very latest. Again, a tornado warning now in effect here for parts of north central Florida until 7:45. So I'm just trying to let you know exactly what is going on here as things do develop. Just getting all those latest details on in here. Again, we have a tornado warning that is in effect right now, and you want to be taking precaution here. You want to be taking precaution as things do evolve, moment by moment. Things can change here as we're looking at the overall scenario. But right now, a tornado warning effect here until 7:45 for portions of north central Florida. So, again, take shelter right away. As we continue here to look at this, I know around Worthington Springs, we're watching areas in that vicinity, and Latest scan now showing up a little bit tighter. This is looking pretty tight here, folks, around Worthington Springs. You need to take shelter if you're in and near Worthington Springs, maybe especially on the east side of town and north side of town. If this were to develop here, you know, with a tornado to surface, it may be more like an EF1 type tornado even than just an EF0. I mean, an EF0 can be damaging, but an EF1 can be more so in terms of damage being produced. So that's what we're talking about with an EF1 moderate damage potentially. So again, just gotta be very careful here in this set of circumstances as we continue to track things here. Again, a tornado warning right around Worthington Springs there. Take shelter right away around Worthington Springs in toward parts of that Union Bradford zone. Again, a tornado warning is in effect. You know, this is right there, maybe just north of County Road 18. Again, this is in association with Debby, and we have a tornado warning right now in effect for parts of Bradford, Union, and Alachua. It looks like more of a Bradford and Union thing with this one here. Now, it's moving northwest, an atypical direction for a tropical setup. So, you know, it's a situation here where, you know, maybe you're not used to stuff headed this way, but this one's not headed towards dark. But we are tracking a nasty signature. I believe we had something in that area close to this during one of our tropical storms that was heading way to the west a few years ago that produced a tornado in this vicinity. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen a debris signature. This is by far the tightest circulation we've had with any of these in our area today. It's right around Worthington Springs. We're seeing, you know, rotation that's really picking up here, and they're continuing this tornado warning. Now, we'll see another mode doesn't show the wind's going toward the radar as well, but it shows some strong wind in here nonetheless that could get down to the surface. You know, even if there's maybe not a tornado here, we could have a localized wind damage area in here around Worthington Springs. So, tornado around Worthington Springs or Worthington Springs moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. The warning update canceled Alachua, but continued for Bradford and Union until 7:45. Let me go ahead and go to a different radar for a moment. I just want to see a different perspective on this to see how tight it looks. And it's right on the edge of it. You know, I think they have it in a different mode, actually. Because a lot of times you can see stuff better over here. But sometimes the tropical setups will adjust the mode a little bit. And it's making it hard to see what's going on down here. But unfortunately. But we do have some spin sun up off of that. But let me go back to the Jacksonville radar here. Again, just trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. And that's the newest scan on this mode. I mean, you know, you're looking at wind. This is wind going away from the Jacksonville radar. And then this is wind kind of going toward the Jacksonville radar. So, again, just continuing to watch this. So, you know, think of this as a plus here. And then think of this as minus, kind of. So, again, that's kind of the situation. But the winds add together here as we're looking at the overall scenario. So, again, just continuing to watch things. There to look outside. And, you know, we're not terribly, you know, off in terms of maybe the direction of looking at this. But we're probably having to look at just too much rain here at this point in time to get a good visual on whatever this could be here as we're looking, because I mean we're probably, you know, 20 miles to the east, even though it would be kind of on the leading edge of that heaviest action. You know, we have a lot of lighter action in between. So again, a tornado warning here for parts of Bradford and Union until 7:45, and it's moving off toward the north and the west here. But you got to take your tornado precautions as the situation does develop here. You got to take your tornado precautions. So, again, trying to help you out. I mean, that's some really tight rotation. Quite honestly, you don't see that here that often in north central Florida, that rotation that is that tight. Here in southern Union County, you know, if we get a debris signature, that means a tornado is touching down here. It's often to 4,000 feet. So, you know, it could be touching down and not quite loft into debris, but possible tornado. This is right there near, it looks like, County Road 18, just west of State Road 121. So you need to be in shelter here. This is southwest of Dukes, right there around maybe, just north of the city center of Worthington Springs as we look at the overall situation here. Again, a tornado warning until at least 7:45, but the way this is looking, that might get extended to 8:15 or something like that. Further over in Union and Columbia County. Bradford probably clipped out of this here sooner. Rotation seems to have just moved out of Bradford, but here for our friends in Union County, we're just hoping we don't see an area of yellow start to develop or blue in here, because that would indicate a radar-confirmed tornado. We're not that far off of that right now, in my opinion. But it would have to mean that tornadoes get on the ground a little bit and or, getting a little bit stronger because of the distance from the radar. I may not quite have that, but still have a touchdown in there of a tornado in southern Union County. So again, seek shelter into that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, something like that. Okay, new tornado warning just being issued. Let's jump back to another source maybe to get a look at this. We jump off a radar scope computer source, and we'll kind of just continue to watch things here. Or I should say, I'm looking at radar scope on one, but let me jump off a GR and go to the other source then on your screen. So, again, some new updates coming on in here, folks. As the situation develops minute by minute, we have a tornado warning in effect right now. I know, and a new one kind of just popping up in a similar area, I believe. I'm a little confused because they got ahead and issued it. I think they meant to extend the time on that because they issued one further, but it only goes for 10 minutes. So, just, again, watching this, tracking this here, I think they should have changed the time for it to like 8:15, but or at least 8 because of the geography of this. But tornado warning effect here. Potential tornado. I know there's also a potential tornado down in Brevard County, Florida, but that's not our area. It's near Cocoa Beach, so Cape Canaveral, something to watch from the statewide standpoint. But our focus is our local area right now. So again, I just trying to give you the latest. I try to give you the latest on exactly what is going on here. I know. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit on my one source and switch it over to that. We have 3 different sources running to try to get the latest. That's why I might be looking at one, but I actually have it on another one. But watching some other areas down toward the south, embedded, in the lighter rain, there's heavier rain, and then there's, some areas of wind enhancement. I don't see a lot at the moment, except for just the one that really stands out there in Southern Union like a sore thumb. That is pretty serious wind there. That's still on gate to gate of 80 miles an hour there now. So, there's a chance if we have a tornado there, it could be 80, 90 mile an hour winds there in parts, of Southern Union County. It's a pretty rural area, but let's look at the geography. There are some folks that live out here. You need to take your tornado precautions here as we're watching this tornado move northwest at 30 miles an hour, and it'll be near Upland Pines. Here, it looks to be in pretty short order, so take shelter now. Wish you could go to a basement here in Florida. We don't really have those around, but interior room away from windows is the best place to be in this situation. Again, a Debby tornado warning situation for part of our local area right now. You need to take precaution here. You need to take those tornado safety tips into account. I know you don't have basements, but you need to get an interior room away from windows. This is some pretty tight rotation here in Southern Union County. Again, here's Star. It's not headed this way because of the tropical setup. And in this case, with the way the storm's moving, the bands are moving off toward north and west right now. This axis within them. So that's good news for Stark right now. Doesn't mean we'll have a threat later on. We're going to get a tornado watch extension here, I'm sure, very soon, into the morning hours. But this is the strongest one we've had in our viewing area today by a good margin. The others have been very marginal. the Baker warning, the Alachua warning, but now these two warnings in Union / Bradford, for one of them, this has been more significant looking. Doesn't mean we have a confirmed tornado, but means there's a little bit more of a cause for concern. So, again, a tornado warning in effect right now for parts of Union County. Need to get into your room. It looks like we are seeing some power outages now reported in Bradford and Union. So that might not be a great thing depending on exactly where they are. Let's see here the details on them. Just to kind of get an idea. I'm going to go back to velocity again. Just saw the radar update. There may be a tad of debris in there, but not a guarantee by any stretch. As we continue to look at this here, again, the situation does continue to progress. Continue trying to give you the latest here to protect you, your friends, your family. You know, as Debbie and this tornado warning situation does progress. Again, tracking things very carefully here. Just trying to get the latest here on this. So in terms of some of these outages right now. Okay, so Union County, Bradford. Trying to get an idea. Our map isn't really loading very good for us in terms of where some of these are right now, but 145 are out in Union County in terms of customers on the Clear Electric system, and 268 in Bradford. I just want to kind of get an idea of where they are in the county, though. So, not popping up on my one source. Let me just go into this source then and try to get it to pop up here, just to kind of get an idea of exactly what is going on here. Again, trying to give you the very latest on the situation. Again, tornado warnings in effect right now. Again, just trying to effort everything here for you in terms of getting an idea on some of the power outages. So, and some of them are around Brooker, it looks like. About 412 or 410 there in southwestern Bradford County. So, I'm going to check some other things here to see if we have any information about any maybe possible tornado touchdowns there in the Brooker area then. Or at least some wind damage, it would seem. So Clear Electric has about 410 customers in the door right there. That's a good number for it. It's not that populated out there. So that's a pretty high number, really. As we continue to watch this. Okay, let's watch another area rotation out here. This is starting to tighten up near I-75. May have to have another tornado warning out here in parts of Columbia County over the next little bit. I mean, for this one already, but maybe another area has been trying to develop further out ahead. You know, if we have too much developed, though, maybe it can kind of, if they're too close together, kind of cut off the other area of spin there in terms of maybe preventing that from, getting down toward the surface. So let's look here. Trying to see if there's any information out of the Brooker area or anything like that right now. I'm going to check to see if we have any type of reports here in the system. So far, none, which is good, but a power outage situation is cause for concern over there. Let's go ahead and jump back on over. Camera shot here. It's starting to get darker, but just area-wide in general, conditions are deteriorating. As we're looking over here, though, we have the potential tornado in toward parts of Union County. As we're tracking this right now. Technically, the warning only goes for another minute, but they may go ahead and extend this here, just depending on, how things are going. I mean, I would definitely extend it based on what I'm seeing. But it has weakened just a tad bit in that scan as well. I mean, two scans in a row, it's weakened a little. Oh, that looks like a debris signature, folks. So, that looked like a debris signature. They're not going confirmed here. Let me back this up just a little bit, but that sure looks like a debris signature. It's not maybe completely co-located. It almost looks like it's on the eastern and northern fringes of trains here. But that looks kind of, I wouldn't say they would go radar confirmed for that because it's not obvious, but it's possible that, and it's possible tornado already touched down earlier, and it's just now that we're able to see the debris. But because of the height and the like, we've had that issue before, but, that kind of looks like a debris signature there in Union County. Not a guarantee, though. But, okay, so for the moment, at 7:45, I don't have any local tornado warnings. I suspect we'll get, one or two more popping up here with even that here in the next few seconds. So let's kind of keep it tuned here. I have a feeling I might have had a tornado touchdown somewhere out there. We just got a new warning 8 o'clock now for Columbia and Union at 7:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Providence or 7 miles northwest of Worthington Spring, moving northwest at about 30 miles an hour. So again, just continuing to watch the overall situation here as it does develop. I'm going to go ahead and see here. Let me kind of keep looking at some stuff as the situation does develop. I know. Just trying to give you the very latest on things. Gonna go ahead and see if there's any comments here. I don't see any right now. I just see, check some more sources. Again, we have that new tornado warning now to 8 o'clock as we're working everything here to after the latest very, we're working things pretty hard here, our computer systems and the like. But again, they're saying this tornado warning is going to remain over pretty rural areas right now, but there's still a few folks out there. And some other folks in the weather community also think there may be a tornado on the ground with this. So something to kind of keep in mind here. That some of the radar products on it as well. And that kind of faded. I think that was a quick debris signature there in the word Union. I mean, whether it was on the ground just now or on the ground a little while ago. And it's just that debris became visible for a second. And you never know. But how about an EF1 tornado hitting parts of Union County here over the last little bit? May have hit in Bradford even, somewhere around Brooker, but don't have any information on that at this point, except there are some power outages on the Clay electric grid in that area. It doesn't mean it was from a tornado, but some power outages have been noted there as I'm looking here at some stuff in the weather center. So again, trying to give you the very latest. Just trying to see here if we're getting anything on some other sources. Again, watching things carefully. Definitely looked like there was a tornado there for a moment. I know Debby in and of itself definitely seems to be becoming more organized in the Gulf of Mexico. Not good news overall. Again, trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So let me go ahead and jump over here on the views. So at 7:45, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Providence. They're 7 miles northwest of Worthington Spring. They're moving northwest at about 30 miles an hour or so. And talking about flying debris could be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or even in some cases destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles could occur, and tree damage is likely. So just take cover now. Move that interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to that closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. And heavy rain may hide this tornado, so do not wait to see or hear it. Take cover now. So, some information there from the Weather Service. Again, a tornado warning in effect here at this point. Looks a little weaker on that scan there, which is good. But, things can kind of get stronger, get weaker here as the situation does progress. Again, tornado warning right now The other circulations weaken some. That one has weakened too. And as we get closer to sunset, excuse me, I know we got to have multiple ways to get alerts overnight. And there definitely could still be a tornado threat around. But in general, I'm hopeful. And this is just a hope more than anything. At least until maybe the wee hours of the morning. We might have a little low in the tornado threat because of a lack of instability. But we shall see. Because it may kind of get into some of the action that's a little less, by itself before we get close to the storm, or you do, once it makes landfall, you have interaction with land and stuff, you do have more of a tornado threat then. But let's go into some different radar views if you're wondering what I'm doing here. Just trying to give you the very latest. Again, watching things here. Tallahassee radar even shows a rotation. Kind of interesting. Let's check the Moody radar. No, let me put the radar sites back on here to make this just a little easier when I'm clicking around. And then, okay, this is now showing off of Moody. Earlier we were having some issues with it kind of in the, range folding area. As I back it up, at least it was on the other source, it was showing range folding. Guess not on this source for whatever reason, but you can see it pretty definitively here actually. That's kind of interesting. Let's back this up a little. Yeah, it looked like there was some debris on that radar mode too, and that's about almost 6,000 feet. So I think we had a tornado touchdown in Union County there. Hope everybody's all right as we continue to look at the situation, as we continue to monitor things. I know technically Jackson radar would still be a little bit closer, it looks like, in geography, but continuing to watch. Now we are getting gusts here and there in the 30 range or so. 28 Keystone, 36 Gainesville area. As the situation does progress, again, trying to give you the latest here, what's going on, what's happening. 7:51 p.m. right now, the current time on Sunday, August 4th, 2024. So, again, trying to let you know what's happening. Let's see, let's go back to the Hurricane Debby per se on our other mode. So we're going to do that to track Debby here. And we have tornado warnings, so one in our area, one around Brevard County, another in Manatee and Sarasota counties. That's something to watch here. But you see the storm system toward the Gulf there. Just watching that situation with the eye apparently evolving there. It's going to be a long event here, folks, and that is not good, all that cold cloud top activity and indicating just very heavy rainfall producing storm action. And then, quite honestly, the winds will be picking up in that as well, and, could get its act together pretty quick here, and maybe, even as it becomes a hurricane, maybe even try to approach Cat 2 strength. So, I would not be out of the question at this point, I don't think. So that's not good news, obviously, as we continue to watch, continue to track here, just all the different scans. And a landfall with this, being close to the coast makes things a little trickier because, it might cause landfall to be a little bit earlier, but also, a little bit more of a storm threat closer to the center, off toward the east even. Might not quite get as much of a lull here as we're hoping for, in terms of not having to do coverage for a bit. Kind of catch our breath. Okay, well, this new advisory just did come out from the Hurricane Center. Okay, 992 millibars for the pressure, 70-mile-an-hour winds sustained. They're saying moving north at 12 miles an hour, and they're saying, of course, it is strengthening as it's heading toward the Florida Big Bend, and will bring a major flood threat to the southeastern United States this week. So, okay, so we're continuing to track all that with our cyclone. Let me see where else I want to go with this right now. Excuse me. As we continue along here. Again, there's our tornado warning. Okay, that's right near the interstate. That's right near I-75. So let me see if I can effort something for you guys at home. As the situation does progress here. Let me see if I can effort you guys some visuals here. Give me a moment. We're just a one-man band here at Cloud Weather, but trying to get you a Florida 511 perspective out there. Right near I-75 as the situation does progress here on this Sunday evening as our meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center trying to keep you safe and informed from Debbie's impacts as it's now just 4 miles away in terms of max sustained winds, which is how you measure cyclones, they're tropical cyclones, 4 miles away from becoming a Cat 1 hurricane there. So another Florida hurricane landfall seems likely here. Didn't have any for a while in the state, and now it just had a slew of them. As I recall, we didn't have any from, up to the 2005 season all the way up until Hermine in 2016, and now this storm has some similarities to Hermine, but here in 2024, we've been just, countless hurricanes have hit the state of Florida since. So let me go ahead and get my bearings to see what camera might be best here. So let's zoom in a little bit. So we're kind of right there, southeast of Columbia by a little ways as we watch things and just try to get our bearings on this. I know. Just try to kind of get an idea of what camera may be best here, because otherwise I might not get a good view of this. Okay, so just kind of watching the situation. Let's just go ahead and pick this camera. It's moving pretty quick, so can't wait around too long to try to pick maybe the best camera. Let's just go ahead and pull this one up here on the traffic system, and then we'll kind of make our way here throughout. So this is a live look there on the Florida 511 perspective. As we're looking, this is I-75 at County Road 130, 1 mile marker 420.6. By the way, new tornado watch here till looks like 6 a.m. tomorrow morning now issued for many areas across North Florida and South Georgia. Just so you know that. That's nothing that's a surprise though. As we continue to watch things, let me just see if I can find maybe some type of lowering on one of these shots possibly. Let's see if I can get a better look at this just overall as the situation does progress here. As we do monitor it. Again, just trying to give you the latest here. This will show some darker skies in the area. Well, of course, we're in alert mode with our logo red. It's I-75 at Sisters. It looks like a welcome mile marker 424.9. So just getting some new information on the tornado watch coming in here. Some of the different county information showing up on that. And that's now in effect till 6 a.m. So make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts throughout the area overnight. As that rotation is really weakened, they may drop this tornado warning. That is falling apart pretty fast, quite honestly, from that radar. Let's go to the Moody radar. Let's go ahead and check that. Oh, it's still showing it though. Interesting. It's interesting how much it's still showing it, as we kind of look at this. Interesting. That it's showing it that much more. Almost a completely different look at things. Again, just trying to give you the latest here. Okay, this is a little bit further down, maybe I-75. Looking at mile marker 414.9. See, folks, the lights on. It's near sunset anyway, but the rain around and just the nasty conditions. Just trying to give you the very latest here on what's going on. I know that latest scan is still in rotation, a little more broad, but they're going to continue it now. A new one till 8:15. So at 7:59, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Columbia. It looks like they're 9 miles south of Lake City, moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. So new tornado warning to 8:15. They're going with these 15-minute tornado warnings now to see if it kind of holds together or not. It's a little bit unusual there in that regard. So again, I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit as the situation does progress here, as we continue to watch and we continue to help you guys out here as the moments do tick on by. So let's go ahead and go to some other areas here. I know we had a warning for Brevard County downstate. Let's jump down here. Tornado warning for a moment isn't in effect there now. There was one though in that area. And then Manatee and Sarasota County, there's a tornado warning at 8:15. Watching some rotation in this polygon as well here. As we're looking there closer to West Central Florida, and there's your storm system. There's the soon-to-be hurricane right now, just below hurricane strength. But again, our tornado warning, new one to 8:15. Let's go back over. Let's go to a broad view of this. Let's do that. Here's a broad view. You see the two red boxes in the state. You see our track. Again, it seems to be a little off course, to be quite honest. I wonder if there's some radar displacement or coordinate issue going on, honestly, at this point, because it's just the shifts haven't really happened quite as you would expect here. But again, just continuing to watch this scenario, continuing to give you the latest, trying to keep you safe and informed. What I mean by like that is that maybe there's just some displacement in some of the products here, because it seems like it's just continuously been off course here for a while now, and haven't really had any concern. I mean, other meteorologists have tried about it as well. I just wonder if there's something going on here, though, in terms of that there's a reason for this not being adjusted further east, because at this point it seems like more than just a wobble. So you got to be really careful in that regard. I know wobble when Charlie's path ended up being a track shift and a big problem in 04. I mean, it was a huge change for folks. Instead of going to Tampa, I went to Punta Gorda, and that was a big change. We just got to watch out. You know, it's developed so quick. You know, back then we didn't have as much in the modeling being as good. That was a pretty quick developing system, but this is even maybe quicker developing into a hurricane. So the models maybe don't have a good handle on it the last second, and then it's right on you. Any changes, maybe you don't have much time to prepare. So, you know, it's kind of a tricky situation here as we're continuing to give you the latest. So, again, we are tracking Debby, trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here. We have the tornado warning up here. Rotation's weaker right now than it was. Doesn't mean it's not there. Again, it seems like we might have had a touchdown of something further off toward the west, as I've alluded to. It definitely looks like quite a bit weaker now west of I-75, but definitely seemed like we had something earlier on there with this as we were tracking the overall scenario. So again, just trying to give you the latest. You can see we had a shear marker showing up on that at points even. So that's a storyline. I'm just trying to give you the latest, of course. Just going through all our different data here in the Weather Center. Again, tracking Tropical Storm Debby. And then a tornado warning associated with that. Let's see here. I know I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can show you guys. I know we kind of have to do this on the fly, but because when we're on like this, I can't really update our graphics here some of our rainfall forecast and the like. So I'm going to just update one of them so I can send this to you here while we're kind of trying to maybe, gather new information as this tornado warning does continue. I know there's a high risk of flash flooding, with this system. So we just got to be really mindful of that as we look ahead into tomorrow, where just so much rainfall could occur here in a very short period of time. So I just got to really keep that in mind. Remember, turn around, don't drown here as we look at things. So I just want to try to get you guys, this looks like it just came in, the updated weather prediction rainfall forecast, or weather prediction center rainfall forecast for the next 5 days. Maybe not hanging around for 5 days in every area, but just doing that just so I can kind of get a little bit better scope on this here once I have this up. It just came in. Let's get into our graphics source here. So on our other source. So let's go ahead and we'll punch up graphics now. I think we can take that now. So here you go. This is the newest next 5-day rainfall forecast. Just hot off the presses, really. You can see in that that lighter yellow, that's 15 inches widespread. Savannah to Charleston, they've taken out the 20-inch area for now, since maybe it'll wall a different way. That could end up being worse for our areas. Of course, you're watching the covered on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, but also in the interactive radar at clutter.com/radar. But in our area, this is saying 10 inches widespread. Valdosta, Waycross, Brunswick, down to Ward, Perry, over to Ward, Lake City, and Live Oak. So I know you got to really watch out for flash flooding. I know around an hour ago, around Sarasota and Sarasota County, multiple drivers had to be rescued from flooded vehicles in downtown Sarasota. So I know they've had worse storms down there over the years, so maybe they're not taking it quite as seriously as they should in some ways because it's not hitting them direct. But there's still issues, whether it's storm surge to some degree or flash flooding from just a lot of heavy rain coming down, in a short period of time. A pretty big deal as we're looking at things overall here. So again, this rainfall threat's going to be a big deal from Debby here as we are looking ahead. Right now, this is showing 7 inches widespread around Stark. They did just expire the tornado warning, but they didn't cancel. I mean, technically, it's still in play at 8:15, so we'll stay with you a little bit longer then, just to be safe in that regard. But new tornado warning around Hillsborough and Manatee counties there. Manatee County downstate. Let's go ahead and look at that here. First off, you see no tornado warning in our area now of this. But we have a new one. I think it's not popped up yet, but Hillsborough is going to be in this one as well as Manatee County around Lakewood Ranch, 10 miles northeast or 16 miles east of Palmetto, moving north at 45. A new tornado warning just being issued. So it's important to keep in mind there as we are kind of looking at things here. I know, just trying to give you the very latest. I'm just updating another one of our graphics here, our storm surge graphics. I can send this to you guys as well because there are some mandatory evacuations in play toward the coast. I mean, you have a tropical storm, you don't think of the storm surge maybe as much as you did with Idalia, but it could be up there to those levels in some of these areas, on the east side and, where those areas of where this makes landfall. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here in that regard. Trying to keep you safe and informed. I'm just updating this on the fly. So it's a one-man band. Our graphics on, of course, radars and stuff update automatically, but the graphics don't. It's just me here doing it. So I have to kind of do this as I talk here to get into our graphic display system here. So just bear with me as we kind of do this here. I want to have the updated information to show our on, since if we don't have any tornado warnings for a while, I may just have the radar off for a good bit here and catch our breath ourselves as we prepare for a really busy, Monday, maybe a really busy Tuesday here across our area. Again, just trying to give you the very latest here on the ongoing scenario. Okay, I think it's ready on the graphic source now, so I'm going to tell you this. Debby's a coastal storm surge threat. So This is the latest information from the Hurricane Center, Miami. 6 to 10 feet of storm surge there as we're looking at things. As we're looking there, Glockney River to the Swanee River. 5 to 8 from the Swanee River to Yankeetown. So you got to keep that in mind here as we're tracking the overall scenario. As things do progress, as things do develop here. And then even 4 to 6 feet from the Glockney River to Indian Path. Now that makes, maybe, a little bit less sense. But the reason, as it approaches, it could build up. But if it goes a little bit further east than that, probably less. So, some of those areas further east might get a little more. Now, Swan River to Yankeetown includes areas, closer to Cedar Key. So, that's cause for concern for those folks down there in Levy County. So, that storm surge threat pretty substantial. The storm surge warning in play there as we continue to track the situation. Just trying to give you the very latest on exactly what is happening here. Again, just something to really keep in mind, though, that storm surge threat with Debby here as the situation does progress on us. Definitely a problematic impact of the storm system. So, again, not good news there. I'm seeing, by the way, in Pinellas County around 6 o'clock, a tornado was reported there with damage to a fence and a trailer. So that's not good. That's near Reddington Beach. And then just always got to keep in mind the tornado safety tips when a tornado warning is issued. That means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You want to try to avoid taking shelter in a mobile home. Get inside a sturdy building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. I know that tornado threat is going to continue in the overnight tonight. Even across our area, but then into tomorrow it could be, something, and even into Tuesday it could linger. Especially tomorrow, though. There's a higher confidence of it tomorrow at this point in Tuesday. But you see the yellow area? That's our latest tornado watch box until 6 a.m. tomorrow. So you got to keep that in mind there as we continue to track Debby, as we continue to give you the very latest information, obviously, on this system. So, again, a nasty scenario here with Debby, as it's going to become a hurricane very soon, it would seem. It seems like it's pretty much certainty at this point that that's going to happen. So, got to take that very seriously. Let's go back to the north because we had the tornado warning effect. Technically, it still goes for a few minutes, but they did expire it out to the Weather Service in Jacksonville, and you can barely make out any rotation now with it. It's hard to even spot where it was, but it's kind of in there, so that's good. A little bit of something there in northwest Alachua County, but not too tight right now from that radar view anyway, or this radar view. So I'm hoping maybe for a little while we'll get a low in some of these, but you still got to remain on guard just in case. And some of this stuff out here may be an issue for us too, depending on how this comes in. I know, not just saying this is Irma, but some of the stuff with Irma, we had some of the tornado threats coming in from the Atlantic, and that's how we got that really nasty tornado in St. Johns County during Irma. So we got to be a little careful there, depending on how this kind of goes in. Let's go ahead and kind of loop this around here a little bit, I think, as we kind of load the frames in here. There you go. So you can kind of see that's almost right now, just off the coast instead, because with Irma, some of it's kind of pushing in from the east. This kind of, it looks like it may be, some of that right in the coast and Flagler could be an issue, but a lot of the heaviest actually stand off the coast there for now, which is good with that. So that could be a positive trend, and help us out, because in Irma, we had some stuff coming in from this direction now. That could happen at some point, but, just not quite happening yet. Here, that flow, that pattern, that pressure pattern was more intense than this is. Doesn't mean the impact, so in a certain area, couldn't still be very significant. So, again, just gotta continue to track this here. Once you have that tornado warning officially expired, no, it's not on the screen anymore. We will just go back to radar mode here. That's going to be in very short order, I think, so we can catch our breath, since we don't have any active local tornado warnings now. But we'll keep the radar going to the tornado watch and play. So we gotta keep that in mind here. We have to be really mindful here of the situation, of the scenario, just in case. just in case as we continue to track Debby. Again, just trying to let you know exactly what is going on here in toward the weather center. So tornado watch in play, as I was talking about there. You know, we're going to be watching for the potential of some benefit of a hurricane warning still. You know, haven't talked about that here recently. Let's do that real quick then. I know we've got the super ready to go into radar mode, but you know, the tornado watch is in yellow in the other graphic. But and like when we're not on, if it's not in our area, red tornado warning, yellow severe thunderstorm warning, purple's confirmed tornado warning on the polygons. But then I probably won't say this to you as much when we're not on. But let me go ahead and just say here some of our alerts on this one. By the way, shaded yellow on the other is tornado watch. But on here, then this is something I won't show as much when we're not on probably. Now there's a hurricane warning for parts of Hamilton. It's just when they do these, they don't show up there. They're separate, you know, half county ones in this mode. They're changing the way they do this in like a couple weeks, so it's kind of tricky. But so we're showing this to you. I'll take the tornado watch super off for a second, then just so I don't confuse anybody. But the hurricane warning, you gotta be really careful because you know, hurricane warning effect like this means that you could have some real problems here. You know, even in the Franklin County, I don't know if we kind of talked about it enough earlier, but some of these kind of merged to watching the warning. It looks like they're upgraded to a warning though for coastal Franklin, even Apalachicola, Krills, and Caribou. I mean, that makes sense because they extended in the official one here earlier on. Some of this stuff kind of comes out at once. Here, let me just double check because we have so many alerts overlapping each other. Yeah, there is a hurricane warning for Apalachicola now. The hurricane watch is upgraded there. South Tropic, Crawfordville, Wakena, Monticello, Madison, Perry are all under a hurricane warning. Up into Brooks County, Quitman, and Lowndes County, Hahira, and Valdosta, Lanier County, Lakeland there, and Jordan, and I mean, perhaps so many even in the Swanee River Valley, and we'll have to see if any of these get extended further. But you know, we have hurricane warnings. Just you know, recap everybody here in Florida. Part of Franklin, all of McCullough, all of Jefferson, all of Madison, all of Taylor, all of Fayette, all of Swanee, all of Dixon, and part of Hamilton. Again, under the hurricane warning is one under the hurricane watch for Levy County. So that's kind of the story right now as we track our soon-to-be hurricane here in the Weather Center. Again, we're trying to give you the very latest here to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here as the situation does progress. Let me just see if there's any questions or comments before we just go back to the radar mode for now. As we track this tropical cyclone. Don't see any. I thank everybody for tuning in. Terry there for tuning in over on Facebook a little while ago. Thank you so much for watching as we go ahead and go back on over right now to our other mode in terms of that radar. Just trying to give you the latest. I know already getting a report from a little earlier of a tree snap in Leon County near North Monroe Street and I-10. So, you know, there's so many trees around there and even around Perry and the like. And the ones that haven't been hit, whether in the wind event or the tornado event for Tallahassee or just the hurricane in terms of Vidalia last year around Perry and the like, if they weren't damaged then, well, they might get damaged then if they were damaged last year but not knocked down. They might get knocked down this year. So very important to keep in mind. By the way, the other tornado warning in the state, Hillsborough and Manatee counties, just got canceled. So we're going to be with no tornado warnings in the state for now. But of course, the hurricane warning that I've alluded to is in effect. And the tornado watch is in effect. We have tropical storm warning for like Stark and the like as well. Lake City under that here too. And Jacksonville, even Duval County was added at 5 o'clock. So again, we're just going to keep on top of this with Debby and be back here as warned. But we're going to leave the radar up for now as we continue to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family as we go to that no audio mode on the stream for the time being.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now at the top of the hour breaking in because we're seeing some of this activity here close to the center of Debby, which is officially still a tropical storm for now. That activity is really starting to move closer to Cedar Key, a little bit of the eastern nudge here per se with this has kind of caused things to be a little quicker moving, maybe it would seem, in toward the Cedar Key area. So that's something to be very mindful of as we're looking at things here across parts of the area right now. So let me go ahead and kind of switch over to another mode here, kind of see what I'm talking about. So you see Cedar Key and you see a lot of heavy convection here closer to the center. And I know it's not as easy to see on here, but some of these winds are in the 70, 80, 90 mile an hour range based on radar velocities. Granted, they are a little higher up, but some at least heavier wind is moving in toward the Cedar Key area here in association with Debby. Some of the strongest winds that probably anybody in the state of Florida's gotten. They're headed right towards Cedar Key. I know already getting a report of a gust of 53 miles an hour recently there at the Cedar Key Fire and Rescue Weather Stem site, but I could see even higher gusts here in just the next little bit. So I wanted to pop in here. I know we're kind of just keeping an eye on the tornado warnings earlier. I have a tornado watch right now. Of course, want to really get more into coverage here as we look ahead to tomorrow morning. Hopefully we don't have to start coverage a little bit earlier than we're anticipating here for the actual, landfall per se, or at least approach to landfall. Still may be a while till it makes landfall because the center is still back out here over the warm water, but just the way the coast is, some of the nastier storm acts might start to move in a little bit earlier than we would like to see here. So something to kind of keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind, though, I'll go ahead and kind of zoom out a little. You see the lighter rain per se on the periphery, and then let's go to the other radar mode. We've been getting some reports in here over the last little bit, that I don't want to really see exactly here as we've been looking. I know we've had some wind reports here and there, Downtree in Gainesville, Liberty County, Downtree, but then we've had some tornado reports here now. We were on for the tornado warnings earlier, and indications are now that there was a report of a tornado there on the ground around the Lake City Airpark at 7:56 tonight, according to Columbia County Emergency Management. It was off of Highway 441 near the airpark. But then another report of an observed tornado 3 to 4 miles south of Lake City, crossing I-75 a minute later. And then earlier on, though, when we were watching things in Union County, even more concerned, a report there, really multiple reports from the public of a tornado on the ground northwest of Worthington Springs. That was from around 7:40. We get this stuff delayed here. It takes a little while for reports to come into the Weather Service there officially, but that's some information to pass along. Tornado threat will continue. Hopefully, it won't be quite as much for a bit here during this nighttime period where we have some of that lighter rain coming across and not as much instability. But eventually, it could start to become more of an issue in our covered area again here closer to daybreak, give or take. Still multiple ways to get alerts overnight, though, as we continue to watch things very carefully. It's just, the center, even if it does end up making landfall more in Taylor County, we end up having a hurricane probably in the eye. It's just the way things are setting up. We're going to have some really strong winds coming into Cedar Key here soon. You can kind of see them curving in there a little. Let me zoom in. I know it's going to do that. So let me go ahead and zoom on in first, and then I'll get the loop ready for everybody here at home. So let's just do this. So we'll zoom in there. Now let's go to the other mode for a second. And then I'm going to get this loop ready so you can see what I'm kind of talking about here. As we're watching the overall situation. There's even some lightning with that, which is unusual with a tropical cyclone that close to it. Quite a bit of lightning, so some vigorous storm action headed right for Cedar Key here over the next little bit. Pretty short order, really. It looks like they're in Levy County. I know some of this stuff's going to stay closer to the coast for a while because of the overall track, the trajectory, so that's somewhat good news, but these coast areas are going to get hit hard here. Some, maybe not the worst, but some of the worst that Debby has to offer. I mean, coming in with some of this banding here, right, in the next little bit in Cedar Key. I mean, that is some vigorous convection there. I mean, we're talking about winds gusting maybe to hurricane force here in Cedar Key over just the next little bit. I mean, we're talking about maybe only, I mean, there's some radar displacement here because I know the winds were higher on the anemometer than what we're showing up on radar even currently in Cedar Key. But, I mean, this could happen pretty quickly. I'm going to take the Moody radar because that might help me out a little bit more. I mean, it could be there in 15 minutes or even less, depending on how much displacement's actually going on. I know that could be playing tricks on us and that it may not be quite as strong with the wind down to the surface, but I suspect you could have gusts upward of about hurricane force. I mean, velocity is still 85, 90 miles an hour in here, but let's just say 75, and that's still a big deal. We've already had the gusts to 53 there. We're having lightning all around the Cedar Key area here right now, which is unusual, and tropical cyclone really indicating some vigorous activity. Just had a gust of 52 now out of the east-northeast. And Cedar Key getting a lot of gusts in the low 50s there around Cedar Key. So, not what you want to see there right now. Is no doubt power starting to go out there for people. I mean, if they're not there, then maybe they're just seeing on their security systems and the like. If they don't have like a backup or something, but if they're there or didn't evacuate because of the storm surge threat, and they're actually experiencing the power outages firsthand here as we're looking at things. So I know definitely got to start to be more concerned about that. That power outage threat is charging devices up here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the overall scenario. I know Levy County right now seeing just a handful of customers in the dark, according to the Central Florida Electric Cooperative there. But again, just trying to give you the latest. Just trying to give you the latest on what's going on here. I know these are some really strong winds. That's why we decided to break in. You're not a tornado warning or anything, and we're not in landfall mode yet. I mean, landfall will probably still be a while away. I know on the meteorite it's a little harder to see, but it's still, I mean, on velocity anyway. But you can see it well on here. That's your eye. I mean, if it goes in this direction, it's still going to be a while till it hits. But the way this is oriented, this is some vigorous activity coming on in. Now, granted, it could kind of brush by with the banding a little. So hoping it was going to brush completely by and we wouldn't have to do this cut in here. But you can tell it's kind of coming into part of Dixie County maybe later on. But Levy County first off. And that can definitely be cause for concern here as we track things. Coastal Levy, coastal Dixie. Gonna have power outages start to mount, I think, from around Cedar Key up through Swanee, Horseshoe Beach, several hours ahead of the maybe worse weather and especially the worst storm surge. So something to keep in mind here. I mean, this is gonna kind of go north and maybe curve back around eventually. But some of this is headed into that coastal area of Cedar Key right now. I mean, a lot of folks wouldn't be in these areas because they would have probably evacuated because of storm surge threat. But still, it is worth noting, and it's also worth noting this isn't really getting too far inland yet. It's going to take a lot more time to really get the worst of the winds, like east of 75 corridor and the like. But again, I just wanted to break in for this right now. Let me see if I have anything new. Again, I'm a little surprised we haven't had an upgrade to a hurricane yet. I see the tracks a little bit further west than what I would kind of think. But, you're going off the center and the impacts will extend well away from the center. This seems to be, some of the strongest winds showing up so far on radar. I mean, we're getting really far away from the center, to be quite honest. I mean, with the way this is oriented, I mean, we're talking about, 70, 80 miles northeast of the center of the eye with some of the worst of the wind here right now. So, and that's starting to come in now. I'm watching the weather stem site, seeing a gust to 46 now. Cedar Key 52 again. We had a gust earlier to 53 miles an hour there, 45. So some very strong winds. I mean, you're going to start losing power there. No doubt around Cedar Key. Let's go back to the Tampa radar. I know both radars can say stuff, but this will show it better as we're looking here. I know the velocity doesn't show up better, though. But I think they kind of have to use some different things to track tornadoes down there right now than the radar. So I know, even though it's a little closer, they're kind of in a situation where we're seeing some range folding right now. But again, I'm just trying to give you the latest here. Trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, lightning there. At least that's giving you some warning if you're in Cedar Key. But this is some vicious activity heading right in towards Cedar Key there in Levy County. I know, some really nasty weather concern there. That's why we're having to break in right now with this cut-in. You know, we were on for the tornado warnings earlier on. But we're having to break in forward. It's a nasty wind signature right now on Cedar Key. I know, some comments here looking through the evening. I know, it was calm looking there a little while ago around Tallahassee. And yeah, you're kind of on the edge of things right now. You know, if the jog's a little further east, then you might be in a little bit better shape. I know you've been hit so hard this year in Tallahassee in May. So you want to be spared. We want you to be spared. But we also then, if it slips east and other areas aren't spared. So it's a give and take here, you know, as we're looking at things. And then, I know, again, watching things, tracking the situation. I know folks like in Pinellas County losing power, it would seem, as they go through the comments here as well. So again, watching things carefully, trying to give you the latest. I know in the state of Florida now, 65,000 or so customers are in the dark according to PowerEdis.us. So that's a storyline there. I know we're going to start watching them out in our area. I know Taylor County, about 649 customers in the dark, a little over 700 out in Putnam County, Alachua County, a little over 700. Leon County, even though it's been pretty calm there relatively, you know, as we're looking at things, they go through the rainfall totals and the like. I mean, it's been pretty calm overall, but we're talking about over 2,000 folks in the dark there right now. I mean, that's a pretty low percentage, but still, I know down towards how you see these flash flood warnings, even considerable threats there further toward the south in the state, and that's going to be all that training of rain going to be coming further up to the north. But I know as we look Pinellas County downstate there, you know, had a viewer talking about outages. Well, 33,246 customers in the dark there. That's half of the outages in the state right there in Pinellas County at this point in time. So you go to Hillsborough County, this in a little, there are only 6,845 customers in the dark, even though there's more customers there. So tells you how things are kind of with the worst of the wind just closer to the coast right now. But with the way Cedar Key sticks out, that's going to really be coming, busting on through, really, in toward the Cedar Key area. That's definitely cause for concern there, a big concern. You know, it's, you know, really, I mean, you know, I'm sure the winds with the gusts of 50 or so have been warning you. You really got to hunker down, you know, if you haven't already around Cedar Key. I know gust of 54 now in the last few minutes around Cedar Key. I know hurricane force is 74, and I wouldn't be just completely shocked now. Don't always get these on the anemometers, you know, especially like ones outside of the ones at the airports. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a gust of hurricane force. Okay, 56 miles an hour now, Cedar Key on the weather stem site. As this wind really comes on into town there right around State Road 24. Again, a gust there, you know, really getting up there as I was alluding to. Now 53 miles an hour, 52 miles an hour, kind of the east-northeast. And there are some other weather stem stations in the county. Let me see if there's any other wind reports here on that. I can't see the cameras, but this data is important to pass along to you, the viewers at home, as we look at things. I know they'll be doing local storm reports on this to Weather Service in Tampa at some point, probably, as we got later on in the event to document some of these wind speeds that are being observed. But yeah, that's the one where it's really sticking out. 56 mile an hour gust a little while ago, now to 49 miles an hour. And Cedar Key, you know, 58 is what you consider damage, and we really started to have quite a few power outages. And we had a gust of 56, so, you know, you're starting to get in that range where you're going to start really having power outages mount around Cedar Key. I know. Just going to look at some things here. I know some of the lights still on around Cedar Key at this point, it would seem, as kind of looking at some of that data, raw data coming in from there. But 56 miles an hour and a high gust so far. I know thunderstorm activity really moving on in there in Levy County. So this banding here, if you kind of look, I know these are really, really tricky to track, but you know, you kind of extrapolate out. That's going to get coastal Dixie County and Horseshoe Beach, maybe even Cross City as well, and then, you know, up towards Salem, and hopefully, you know, the Perry area by then, maybe it'll start to kind of angle back a little bit more, but, you know, it's not out of the question that it even gets up into that area there, you know, earlier on, even though the center is way down to the south and the west. So, again, nasty situation. Velocity higher up, so an 80-90 mile an hour winds. Again, looking around Cedar Key right now. I know you can kind of see just some of these winds coming on into the picture. I know that's going to be a little delayed, especially being so far from the radar site, but that was a very, you know, clear wind signature, wind damage signature. We had to jump in for this. I mean, these are in some cases, you know, if we get much higher, you know, EF0 type tornado winds. So, not a good situation for Cedar Key. Getting it got to 48 now, 50 miles an hour there in Levy County. I know, not in our area, but we did just get a tornado warning popping up toward the south again with Debby. I want to keep calling it Dahlia here, so I have to kind of catch myself. But no, Debby, and this is a Debby tornado warning. I know we had Debby 12 years ago as well, 12 years and a little over a month ago. But there's a tornado warning there down toward DeSoto and Hardy counties. Possible tornado moving north at 35 miles an hour. It's 9 miles east of Mayaca City or 11 miles northwest of Arcadia. So that's the storyline right there. It may pass west of Wauchula there in the next little bit. So that's kind of the storyline there. You can definitely see that eye there. I mean, this is pretty much a hurricane here, folks. Not officially, but it will be as we look at things, as we track the situation. Let's go to the Tallahassee radar. I know we have to jump between these, but it shows the wind's a little bit more widespread out here, and you know the distance on the radar here. I mean, you know, you could kind of say some of that's a little bit more accurate, which hopefully, so in wind 70, 80, hopefully that means we are really only getting the wind to about 60 right now down to the surface, like what I saw in the weather stand. But sometimes these underestimate a little, so I mean, the power is still on as I look. I can't see you. I'm not authorized to see the views off the weather stem or anything like that. But I can tell you that some of the lights are still on the camera there. The Cedar Key Fire weather stem site. You can look it up there on the weather stem site. But we can't access that to you on the air. But that's in Levy County there. The cloud camera. You can see the still sites, and some of the lights are still on. I don't know if some of them are generators or the like. But still something to kind of keep in mind. Let's see if there's any birds trapped in the center of this. You don't see it on correlation coefficient. Sometimes you'd see a signature of that. Let me go ahead and turn some stuff off there. We had some hurricane warnings on the board, but I mean, this is really the first chance we have hurricane possibly conditions here in our area around Cedar Key. I know it's a situation where it's not going to make landfall for a while longer, though, but we thought we needed to break in because catch you off guard a little. I mean, you know, just the way this is going to be, it might not make landfall to, you know, maybe 12 hours from now. I think it's going to be a little quicker than that, honestly. I mean, I'm looking at the official forecast and kind of, you know, looking at this, even at sunrise, they don't have it quite making landfall yet. So this is such a tricky thing in that regard. You're kind of almost getting an eye wall type feature here coming on in as things are evolving already. So if this goes further east, it's going to make landfall quicker, though. So, you know, because of the way the coast is. Let me go to our other mode here. The way the coast is, I mean, you know, it sticks way to the south here, just east. So it goes further east, it makes landfall quite a bit quicker. That does help it not strengthen as quick. You know, maybe weaken quicker, but the flooding threat further east would be more significant and probably increase the wind risk in Gainesville, you know, and Lake City especially. Even start to some degree, but especially like Gainesville and Lake City, that would increase the wind risk. So, again, continuing to watch things, continuing to give you the latest updates. The peak gust so far is 56 miles an hour off of that weather stem site. So, Again, it's just, you don't see this every day, that's for sure. Banding here from what is becoming a hurricane here, with some winds that could be getting very high in North Cedar Key right now. Let me take the power outage numbers again in Levy County. Try to give you the latest here. Trying to let you know what's happening. Just a one-man band here, but again, not a tornado warning right now. We had this stream going from earlier with the radar, but winds that, if the winds actually get down to the surface, could be, low wind, tornado-like. So, again, just watching things carefully. 56 to the peak gust there so far. It's such a tricky situation because as much as I wanted to stick with this, as we generally would, it's a one-man band, and we have to kind of be, ready for the next couple of days of, the landfall and, tornado warnings, blast flood warnings, maybe blast flood emergencies across our area. So we'll probably wrap it up, catch our breath for a while, and just keep the stream going, until we have to go into landfall coverage there. Sometime either in the wee hours in the morning or maybe a little bit later on in the morning, depending on how things set up. This is a system that's a little hard to, kind of get a gauge on in some of them, but okay, still not seeing the outage numbers go up too much in Levy County right now, which is good, but it's not something that might update that quick out there. It's a pretty rural county overall, and the worst of the winds are right at the coast, so again, just trying to give you the latest. I see Taylor County's updating. There's about 3,530 customers in there. They're now 781 out in Dixie County. So that kind of tells the story. Now, we don't have these wind numbers. You see all these numbers. I wish we had one down here, but I mean, it would be helpful here to get one from an actual anemometer site, but we do have the anemometer on the weather stem site there. They've had a gust of 56, so you can just write that in. I mean, that's the highest we've had so far in the area from Debby. I know, 55 just now, by the way, there. 58, okay, now we have damaging winds, like a severe storm, 59 right over Cedar Key, but before that, we had gusts, lower 50s, Gainesville, quick one earlier, airport, and then another one in the Perry area that was pretty high, I believe, in the 40 range that I saw, but those were pretty fast moving through. This has been some strong wind for a while, and we just had a gust of 59 there now. That is severe wind, and this is, that's the type of wind that causes power outages, even if it just comes through real quick. Well, this is, kind of hitting them, over a longer period of time there in parts of Levy County. So a nasty situation, and they're under just, they never actually got upgraded to the hurricane warning there in Levy County. It's a tropical storm warning, hurricane watch for them. But I mean, still on a tropical storm warning, you could get gusts just on the edge of hurricane force. I mean, I know Houston really got hit hard. They were just under a tropical storm warning and Beryl, and they were just, hit very hard last month. So they may go ahead and upgrade some of these coast areas to a hurricane warning in the next advisory, the Hurricane Center, just because of what we're seeing with this type of wind coming on through. I mean, it's kind of, you almost forget that that's not under a hurricane warning down there. It's just a hurricane watch, tropical storm warning. But again, I mean, these are some really nasty winds coming on through here on Cedar Key as we're looking at things, and going to cause power outages here. I mean, we just even had a lightning strike within a half mile or so of the weather stem site. I mean, you don't get that very much in these. That is indicative of a really nasty convection. It's hard to tell because we're so far from the radar, but it doesn't look like rotation with this, at least with, like a tornado at this point around Cedar Key, but Jackson radar is so far away, but it kind of shows more of this out further, but that's almost more just the pattern. But, that's definitely an indication of picking up winds. I noticed a gust of 61 now at the weather stem site, so some really nasty conditions there around Cedar Key in parts of Levy County. again, we're going to leave it at that for now and keep this stream going here. Of course, if we get a tornado warning in our area, we're on immediately. But we'll be having more coverage here as conditions warrant from the Weather Center. But I just want to give an update and a heads up to Cedar Key. Of course, this also applies for way to Horseshoe Beach there. They're going to get some wind similar probably, you know, as we're looking even toward Hatchie. Could have those gusts close to hurricane force pretty quick. You're already, before you really get into the, you know, the peak and the landfall of the storm, you're already without power potentially. So just wanted to kind of update you on that, because these are some really high gusts showing up there, you know, pretty quick already. Again, it got to 61 as of a few moments ago at the Cedar Key Fire and Rescue weather stem site. So, and we don't have the greatest radar coverage out there, but you could just tell on radar that things were really edging up there with the winds. That's, you know, what you call strong tropical storm force gust, got to 61 there in toward that area. So, again, a nasty scenario. Just watching things here as we continue to track it. Again, just watching the ongoing threat here with our storm system, with the Debby here in 2024. Okay, let's go ahead and switch back to the other radar. It's trying to load the frames in there. Are they ready? I think it's pretty good now. Okay, so they're loading on in. Still a few of them at the end there catching on up, but it's catching on up there with the movement I did to the map here. Just trying to get some of those newest frames into the view. But that's going to do it for now. Gust of 51 just now, Cedar Key. And just stay safe out there. You know, if you're on Cedar Key and you didn't evacuate, I mean, these are some really strong winds coming through there. Levy County, and expect similar conditions. Coastal Dixie, coastal Taylor here. Over the hours to come. The storm's moving north at 12 miles an hour. You know, so you can kind of, I'm just going to look at it on other source. I won't switch views for you guys, but I mean, I'm just going to extrapolate that out. With that kind of movement, I mean, you know, it's still going to take a while to get up the coast, some of these winds, but, you know, I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours just coming across the coast potentially there, depending on how the ultimate track is, and or is just inland a little, you know, that's, you know, going Dixie County, and I hear maybe, you know, the next couple of hours or so, give or take. It's hard to judge because of the way the movement is, but, you know, Taylor County will be a little longer for some of these really strong winds at the coast probably, but, you know, it'll still be in nighttime hours, you know, in the middle of the night, you know, and that's not what you want to hear, obviously. So, makes things even more scary here when you have stuff coming through like this during the night. You don't know what's falling in terms of trees and the like. So, I know with this here, we're watching things like wind direction as well. And right now we're not, you know, having that surge factor as much because of the wind direction like the way it is. But that's going to change as we look ahead. So keep that in mind around Cedar Key as well. So that'll do it for now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We're going to keep this going. Haven't had any active tornado warnings in a while or anything like that across our area, but we're keeping the stream going from earlier for that. I do see somebody from Perry watching, and yeah, it's going to be nasty in your area. I know the graphic we used earlier, this is our local impact graphic from earlier that I'm about to show for Perry. Granted, things, you know, at this point, let me double check something on here because I need to make sure that they haven't changed a couple of things. I mean, the forecast I have, I'm not really changing at this point here for this. This is from this morning, and you know, it's still kind of variable a little, but just make sure as I look at things here that we don't have any changes with like curfew or anything like that, because that's some stuff that I gotta make sure I get, you know, up to date on here. So I haven't had a chance to look in a while. They're talking about mandatory evacuation from those different areas. I mean, we have curfew as well, but mandatory evacuation in place. As you're talking about coastal and low-lying areas anyway. Not right in Perry, of course, but so as we go ahead and pull that graphic up now. So I know they talked about the curfew there earlier on, and talked about the emergency shelter here this morning at Taylor County Elementary. So that's kind of the storyline there. But yeah, gust to 90, a possibility. So charges devices up. Could end up getting 18 inches of rain as well. So very serious. That's kind of what I wanted to say more than anything. But I just want to make sure those, points at the bottom were kind of, in range there. And from what I saw initially there, preliminarily, they look like that's the case. So that looks to be the case. So that's going to do it for this update for now. I just wanted to pop in for a while because we're seeing that wind pick up there closer to the coast. So I know there's a lot of issues there as you're looking toward like Pinellas County, multiple 911 calls reporting flooding in vehicles and homes there. So that's not good. Savannah, question about Savannah there from Sophia. Well, I mean, it's going to be a rainfall event that really picks up for them, as we look ahead into toward the timeline. Let me go ahead, look at my latest modeling behind the scenes here. And, I mean, your rain will really start to pick up, probably around sunrise, give or take, around Savannah. And then it's going to be a big flood event for them. I mean, maybe more so than even in our viewing area. Could be, truly just, a flood event they don't forget about around Savannah or somewhere in that vicinity, whether it's Savannah and or Charleston, if some of the models, are accurate. So gotta really be watching things, keeping everybody in my thoughts and prayers, and we'll be back here as necessary for conditions that warn here on this stream, or have our landfall covered there starting in the AM hours on that Monday here, as things do deteriorate even more so, as this is probably going to become a hurricane here soon. You'll probably see things switch around here, in that next full advisory. The full advisories will update on here, and T at the bottom, getting closer to that center. I know it's a little displaced. It might end up showing the A1 there as we get that next update in. So that's going to do it for now. I'm going to leave the stream going as we continue to watch things to protect you, your friends, your family. Definitely some really nasty winds in the Cedar Key area right now, and moving up that coastal region there along the Big Bend of Florida, and this really parts of Levy, Dixie, Taylor counties. Gust now, in the last few moments, all the way to 63 miles an hour there around Cedar Key.